Okay. Alright. That seems to be functioning. I was caught watching the rest of the video. I wanted to finish like the last 10 minutes or so. Anyway, it should be fine. 1,000,000,000% more plot explanations than last time. That's what's promised. Right. So, to summarize, last time I tried to do cleanup, I'm pretty sure I beat every secret room that I know about in previous levels, and that included getting the key to the sauna, and I beat the sauna. And then I was like, at the end of the stream, I was like, okay, I'll go continue the main plot. But no sooner do I go to the same room where you talk to Sadako, than she hands me a card for another area, the games room, which I've been warned is going to be a big deal. So I'm going to poke my head into this, and I may not do it now, but I at least want to see what it is. Sadako's game room. All the best healers are agreed that exercise for the mind is just as important as exercise for the body. There was a time not long ago when every medical establishment had a wing of orb puzzles and a wing of trapdoor puzzles, so that patients whose bodies were forced into inactivity could at least keep their minds occupied. However, whenever a thing becomes sufficiently popular, there springs up a lobby of people with a vested interest in discrediting it. And so the latest research suggests that orb puzzles are too monotonous and esoteric and do not help to develop thought patterns with wider applicability. Faced with the pressure of this kind of attack, many establishments look for alternatives. Some have trialed sphere puzzles, ball puzzles, or globe puzzles, while others just want to get as far away from orbs as they can and are experimenting with block puzzles. All of this kerfluffle makes little difference to the patients who by and large are happy with any puzzle they can get their hands on. It's so quiet. There can't be anyone down here. Still, I feel now that I've come this far, I should look around. Alright. We have lots of things. This looks to me like a hub map. So over there we have eyeball, bomb, mirror, powder keg puzzles. To the north we have rattlesnake puzzles. Somehow in this direction we have brain trapdoor puzzles, which require beating this room. And I don't know how to beat this room, so that's interesting. Over there we have possibly tar checkers. Over here we have a grid made out of ice. Sure. This orb... Oh, okay, this orb conquers this room. So, whatever is beyond... Oh, actually, that's to the east. This is to the east. Okay, so this is the did you beat the level room, basically. If you beat the level, then yeah. And I didn't mention, of course, but here we have... I don't know, light, fuse rooms? I guess I'll see what's down this way. In my opinion, Illuminated is the easiest in my game, and Snake Path the hardest. Right, I guess I'll start with the easiest then. Oh. So, Drawd crashed. I don't know why. Let's just try that again. Maybe if I leave and re-enter the level, it might not crash anymore. Oh good, it decided to work this time. Good. I hope it doesn't continue to crash. Right, lamps emit light in the 4 cardinal directions. You can push the lamps with your sword or body. Your goal is to light up all of the dirt floor tiles. you have to say. The light sparks look nice, but they can cause the game to lag. This orb globally toggles the light effect off and on. Okay. I have a strong suspicion that the fuse effects are what's crashing the game, so I'm going to try not doing that and use this instead. Okay. So when you say light up all the dirt tiles, you mean simultaneously light them up. Got it. I think the semi-issue of building stuff constantly making a noise is addressed in the latest versions of Drawd. I think so, anyway. Ta-da! Hi there. Yeah, Silk Song. So I teach, and I was in my classroom getting ready to teach when that released, and got to semi-witness some of my students crashing Steam, or, you know, helping to DDoS Steam, trying to get it as soon as it was available. Right, so I had a hard crash, probably because of the fuses or something, trying to enter this room. It worked after restarting and just re-entering, but I thought the crash might have been because of the fuse effect, so I thought I'd just use these, use the image overlay option here that we got instead. Alright, collector dishes shine a beam in one direction when they are illuminated. Alright, makes sense. So one lamp placed there basically gets most of it. And do that. Ta-da. Yeah. That constant build item noise is a little bit annoying, but I think that's fixed in 5.2? Anyway. So, I was warned this might be a bit of a thing, this level, and I can see why, yeah. But it's very much something that I can, you know, give up on a puzzle group and come back later if I want to. So it's not too bad, really. Maybe I'd be better off doing that. The way I see, that can get all but one tile, right? So placing one of these dim bulbs on one of those corners, this gets all but one tile. How could I improve on that? Maybe this is better? I didn't notice that was a pit tile there, which means that, yeah, I was perceiving this pit as a wall, which makes it a little harder to see what to do. You can shine a light over a pit, of course. So, dim bulbs plus collectors. I guess I was wondering if a dim light gets collected and sent farther than a dim light would be sent, but I guess I won't learn that in this room. Like, the dim light goes out one tile, does the collector still send it out multiple tiles if it came from a dim bulb? Maybe we'll learn that in a different one. Or it might never be relevant, I don't know. Oh wait, I can get that out of there. A little bit awkward, but I can. Oh, never mind. This is the last of this group of puzzles, huh? Alright. Well then. That's the lights on puzzles, as opposed to the lights out concept. I guess that's all of this group. So that's supposed to be the easiest bunch, and I can see why. How about... Snake Paths is probably this one, so I guess I'll go... whatever that is. Clockwise? I'll go clockwise, maybe skip the snake path and come back to it last, just as a random guess. So this might have to do with checkers, or might have to do with tar, I don't know. I'm gonna have to see what those are like on Monday. Okay. Fill the island with tar and mud. The numeral indicates how many 2x2 sections of tar or mud make up that particular blob. Each plate toggles between tar and mud for a 2x2 section. I don't understand that exactly, but... Oh, okay. Okay, this is like that... I don't know how to put it in words, but there's like those puzzles where you're supposed to... How many you're supposed to... Yeah, okay. I've seen this kind of puzzle before, I just don't know how to articulate it, what it's called necessarily. I don't know how... No, okay. The only way this 2 and this 4 could be compatible is if this is this 2, and the 4 can't touch it, so it has to connect to one of these directions. So I'm pretty confident that this should be mud, this should be tar. In the bottom, let's see, maybe this should be tar, I'm not sure. In the bottom, these 8 need to avoid that tar. So those probably should be mud. This doesn't quite fit the parameters. Right now, this is 6, not 8. This is 3, not 4. Did I still yet misunderstand? No, I don't think so. It's how many make up. So these 2 have the correct number then. I mean, they're not necessarily correct, but they have the right numbers, if that's the case. Because if I make either of these into mud, then the 2 and the 4 are joined. Maybe I misunderstand what the puzzle wants, but it seems like those are supposed to be separate things, which would compel the top left corner to look exactly like that. Maybe this ought to be part of the 8. That makes 6. Yeah, this... okay. It makes a lot more sense that way. The kind of puzzle I'm used to with this, you would interact with by, like, drawing lines on the grid. And if I understand things as lined rather than big blocks, this makes sense. Okay. This is big. Let's see. Anything I can definitely deduce already? Similar to the last one? I don't think so. There's a lot of space everywhere. These 2s and that 4 are maybe the one place where things are going to be restricted. I expect that there isn't going to be a line, like there isn't, okay, to try to say what I mean. My understanding of what kind of puzzle this is suggests that this would be an invalid part of a solution, because every piece of tar should be part of a line of tar, if that's what kind of puzzle this is. It is not an assumption that is based on anything stated by the rules I was given, but rather based on my understanding of how this kind of puzzle is supposed to work. So, I don't know. But going off of that, this is a reasonable configuration. 3, 4, 3 makes 10, 2 is 2. So this is a reasonable lower right configuration. This 5 should cut into that 3. So it should go maybe something like this, so that it separates the tar from the mud on that end. This 4 can't touch that 2. So this tar should have to be here, and it would then connect probably to the 12 somehow. I'm going to guess it does this. 4 should go this way to some extent, and then it has one of these two, and then either this one or the other of these two. Since the 3 should be separated from the 10, it has to be like that, I think. I'm gonna guess this, maybe. And then the 7 can have these, and that one. The 7 and the 3 shouldn't touch, so that should be part of that 4. The 7 thus far has 6, so I think it should be like this, maybe? So does that work? This can't work because the 12 and the 3 shouldn't touch. So if I try to do this way, those two wind up connected. Actually, I should undo to leave things clear. Alright, what could I change here? That doesn't really make any meaningful difference. Well, the 12 has to connect to something, to one more tile somewhere. Maybe things are wrong around this 2 and 4. Alright, hang on. I'm taking a screenshot of this because I find it easier to reason about this with blank stuff rather than it all being covered in either tar or mud. But I want a screenshot of my partial solution. I'm pretty confident that the 2 and the 10 should be roughly how I had them. Let's see, and yeah, so right now this 10 covers 9. I need mud to separate it. And to separate from that 7, so maybe the 5 should be shaped like that. Now, the reason I do that is because I'm imagining using this 4 to better split something up that way. Or I want the 4 to... I want something to split between the tar up top here. I guess if I'm doing things this way, 7 will be forced to be like that. It should maybe separate there. That would be a full 7. That 4 could maybe look like that. The 3 would be forced to be that way. So that would have to go like that. Now I have a problem, because there's no way to get enough mud to separate this 3 and 12 from here. Maybe I can move this part of the floor down, but there's still a problem. This 2 isn't really capable of helping with it. So that's 8, but now these 2 would join under this configuration, so this can't be right. Seems like the tricky part... It seems like the tricky part is the north. Yeah, I hit Art a little too fast there, maybe. I should have taken a screenshot before hitting R again, but I didn't. That's fine. Yeah. So here, this spot is the problem, because other than this, yeah, if this is tar, then of course it makes the 3 connect with the 12, which it shouldn't. And if this is mud, of course, then it's wrong because it makes those connect and it doesn't let the 3 be full. If I swap that out, then I have a different problem. If I try to swap that, then I have the issue that the 3 would connect to the 7. Anything that's in this spot would connect to the 5 if it was not. Yeah, I think that part of the problem I'm seeing, I want this 4 to be what cuts between this 3 and 10 and this corner, but that makes it use up most of its length doing just that. What if I swap those? Then that's 10, that's 2. This 4 can then be used to help separate something. No. The issue is that 12 is instead of 13. If I try to do that, then I run into a problem, but I think I can just... Not quite. I thought maybe I could pull part of this 5 up here to separate the 3 and 7, but I can't actually do that. So 12 is at 12. Okay. This is almost right. I have the blobs completely separated. The only problem is that the 12 has 13 and the 3 has 2. So what can I do to fix that without breaking the other things that will go? That separates the 12 from itself, which is no good. There we go. Alright. Will there be another yet bigger one next? Not bigger exactly. I don't think it's... I guess it's a bit bigger. At least I have one part that looks like it should be of interest. Here, this 2 and 14 can't touch, so I know those two have to be mud, have to be tar, have to be tar. That forces this to be mud because it has to be connected to that too. And then since this can't be mud, it has to be tar also. Now that creates another constraint, because if I tried to make this spot tar, then the 3 would be connected to 4 things, and it can't be. So that has to be mud, then 3 has to be tar that far along. Then this mud has to be connected to something, so probably to that 8. I'd say this rectangle that I'm trying to point my mouse at, this is completely constrained as far as I can tell to look like that. This is semi-assumption down in this part, but I think it should be kind of like this. This is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's one more tile's worth of mud attached to that 8 somewhere. Now, since I have 2 blobs of tar here, this is another absolute constraint. That has to be connected to something, and if I connect it to this 4 at all, then that makes all 4 of them. Then, something has to separate these several 4s from each other. So maybe... Alright, let me capture the part that I think is fully constrained. Reset. Because I've noticed something after I filled that new 4, which is a concern. Right, so I need these to be tar for separation reasons, and this to be tar. Alright, so I think I need to do that. If I need to do that, this 3 should be surrounded by mud. That has to be mud. This and this should be mud. This is already 5 bits of mud, leaving 3 more to reach the 8 with. So one of them will be, leaving 2 to reach the 8, which is the 3rd. Alright, so one of these 2 should be mud to connect to that 8. let's focus elsewhere for a moment. That tar should extend over. I expect that it probably connects to the 6. But does it try to do this? It can't do that, because then you'd have to have mud there. Right, that's already 6 tiles, so it can't be like that. So I think it must be like this. Alright, let's try to fill in things around these 4s. If I do something simple-minded like that, I run into a problem, because... well, maybe not, but something has to separate these 2 4s, this one and this one. And I'm basically out of space for this 8 to do so. Which means that maybe that 14 has to arc all the way around over here to help separate the 4s. I can envision it doing that like this. I don't know how many tiles that is. That's just a guess based on what I need to achieve. In that case, I think the 8 should be connected this way, so that that's 4. This should be like this. Actually, there's a problem with this. Because of course, I can't have this 8 and this 14 being connected to each other. But what is there to disconnect them? I'm pretty sure this 4 has to be filled like this. Okay, I think that what I need to do... Again, I haven't counted the length of the thing attached to the 14. But it might have to go around a bit farther. I can't do that. Okay, it can't go around like that because that would touch the 5. Right, let me grab another screenshot. I'll circle for myself what I'm confident about. So I think... So I think I need this, and this. The constraints I've encountered elsewhere, though, make me wonder if I should try to bring the mud for the 8 down this way, and have the 14 be what splits these 4s. No, there's still a problem with that, because this 4 is already full before I even start. So that much certainly feels necessary. But then something has to split this 4. Maybe I should think of it from that perspective. Alright, forget about that for a moment. If that bit of mud, if this bit of tar has to be connected like this, then everything attached, or everything that could be connected to it, has to be mod. Maybe the 8 isn't even connected up there at all. Maybe this is all part of the 14. I think that's the only thing that makes sense. Right? And then that compels this and this to be mud, or to be tar, which is fine. This looks better to me. This has got... It's got 4, 5, and 2, so it needs 3 more. 3 more. Okay. I haven't touched this 10 yet. I guess it should probably be like that. I feel like I'll have more fruitful results trying to understand what's happening on the southwest side. So there are 2 ways that I could fill this 4 up. It could be a Z shape or a square. If I assume for the moment that it will be this Z shape, then I need that to be mud. This 4 can't cut that off. Okay, maybe that's the right way to go about it. This does need to... yeah. So this 8, 2 of these are blue. Even if these 2 are blue, or not, even if these 2 are blue, then this would only be 6. So the 8 has to go through this passage. There has to be red there. No matter what. This 4 should separate and be separated by mud, as usual. So maybe the 8 snakes around like this. Let's see, that accounts for 6 of them, which is too much, actually. Alright, then the 8 can't be counted on to do that. But the 8 definitely has to connect to it this way somehow. Maybe I should focus elsewhere for a moment. How do I fill this 6? Could be like that. Could be like this. Has 3 to spare. Wild guesswork at this point. was a bad guess. Yeah, that's the last thing I was pretty confident about over there. Feels like a very natural way to do it, but maybe it's wrong. Doing that uses up all of the 14, if I'm not mistaken. 5, 5, and 4. That forces this 4 to be like this. So 8 should separate it at least. There's no mud that can reach this, then. There's nothing that can connect to that spot, if I did things that way. So maybe making the 14 go off like that won't work. The other option is to try to separate the 6 from other tar by way of the 5. This doesn't quite work. Yeah, something has to... of them like that. The 5 connects here. And 4. Oh no, that won't work. If I try to make this work, or this, that asks too much of me. I'm just trying drawing it on the screenshot editor because it's kind of easier for me to reason about it that way. Let's see. Well, it doesn't seem to want to show it. Can I try? There we go. Okay, this is where I'm trying to reason about it. By looking at the lines rather than trying to toggle individual things. So out of the budget of 3, then I need to separate this 4 from that 6, which I could do that way. That uses up 3 of the 4 that can be attached to this 5. That's 8 and 2, which makes 10. That's it. This is the solution. All I have to do is recreate this on the board in the game. I hope it's clear what I'm doing with that. Alright, let me hide that so you can see me entering it. Okay. So up here, that, this, and this. 5 winds up looking like that. The 10 is this big giant blob here. 14 arcs down like that. Yeah, it's just because Snipping Tool has one color that it, I think you can choose different colors. No, it has a default color, and I was just roughly trying to vaguely sketch what I wanted to think about. I could present that much more clearly if I changed what color I was using, but again, I've experienced this kind of puzzle in, like, Flash games before, where what you do is you put your cursor where the number is, and you drag it around to the rest of the line that color makes. Although, to be fair, that's not exactly the same as this puzzle, because in those Flash games, something like the shape of this 14 would absolutely be illegal. You'd have to start the line at the 14, and it would have to be a contiguous line, rather than something that does that. Still, very kind of familiar to me from some Flash games, that's something very similar to this. Hello. I wasn't even paying attention. These are Tar Wars. I did not notice even that there were titles. This is Illuminated. Right, that was named in the scroll earlier. Anyway, I'm doing the games room. I've actually managed to beat 2 of the games, so let's see what Grid of Thin Ice is about. Go this way. Ice loops. Okay. We're disarmed in ice loops. Melt some ice so that the remaining ice islands are only a single tile in size. Some are marked with numbers that indicate how many islands are orthogonally adjacent to them. Okay. So those are water tiles explicitly. This operates as an additional constraint over effectively a trapdoor puzzle, I guess. Yes, okay. Ice Islands 2. Ice Loops 2, I should say. How can I do that? I'm trying to think of how it should even be possible to make 2 single tile islands next to this too. Because I have to cross past the north at some point to make to get rid of this one. Mere act of crossing from the north means that I'm going to eat all of this. So it just means that I have to get this corner at some other time. So I have to do this. I have to get that corner in a way that... Okay, so I should do this before going there. How do I get rid of... I guess I can do this? No, the problem is how do I get rid of this? I don't see a way to get rid of this one without using either of these up. And there's no way to get rid of this without using both of those up. I can't do that. I have to start like this or like this, because that's the entry and exit. Alright, maybe working this backwards of how I was before will make it more clear what I should do. There we go. Alright, Ice Loops 3. In 1 we had only 0s and 1s, in 2 we had 0s, 1s, and 2s, so this time we have a 3. And lots of 0s and a single 1 and a single 2. I guess the one, at least one of the tricks to this is that sometimes there are places where you can lead one that there isn't any clue for. Like there's nothing adjacent to this saying whether or not there should be one here. So there's sort of an option between leaving one there and not, which you have to take advantage of to realign the parity, if I want to use fancy terms, so that the rest of it can work out okay. This cluster of zeros here is tricky, especially since there's a 2 next to them. Alright, let me try to work... I kind of want to work this from the inside outward a little bit. So I need another screenshot. Let's pull this physical. There we go. Alright, so this is the tricky part. I know that I need to go through here, and I need to go through there, because I have to collect both of those, and I'm not allowed to touch either of these. So that means I need to do, so this has to be connected that way. I have to hit both of those, so I think I need to do this at some point. If I'm already here, then I should be trying to reach all around this 0. Maybe like that. The end could possibly look like that. Maybe I'll start a path that way and see where it leads me. Suppose for a moment that I want to do things that way. Now I have to take all 3 of things attached to this 0 somehow. But I do need to make a path in and out of the upper area to satisfy the main constraint. Yeah, I guess, is a 4 possible to exist in this? Maybe. If how can I get all 3 of these? This one, and this one, and this one. That doesn't seem possible while doing everything else. I guess I could do that. If I could find a way to effectively do that without ruining the 3, that would be good. Could be my starting thought is wrong somehow. Like it could be that I need to do something before I do this part in order for it to work. Like I need to, instead of just going around like this, I need to go up and do some things and come back. Let's see, if I try doing that, what does that do to my results? That doesn't work because then I don't have paths in and out of this area. I try to mess with the parity of things around here, then I can't make an island there. If I do this, then I have another problem, which is I can't get that one. If I just do this, alright, enjoy your meal. I'm like 2 hours off from reasonable supper time myself. That doesn't work because that's two connected, right? That's against the rules. Yeah, I'm not guaranteeing that I'll do all of the puzzles, I'm just wanting to try each. I may leave and come back for the hardest ones later, depending. I don't know, I feel like this part of the movement, starting from about here, is completely required to get everything taken care of in that region. And every variation I've tried as to how to reach this part seems to work worse than what I already tried before. But this can't be like this. There has to be a corner there to go through to be able to I have to be able to do something there. Maybe this is what I should be doing? That can't be right either, because then I wind up with this tile I can't do anything about. Does this help? Not particularly. Okay. Clearly something is wrong. So let me just try to draw all of the absolute constraints then. There we go. Okay. So I have to go through here, and I have to go through here. These are both not negotiable because I have to get all of the stuff attached to those zeros. And I have to somehow do this. I could just connect these arbitrarily. I'm not confident that that's a good idea, but I could. Since I need to get everything around this zero, this much is required as well. Maybe it connects up like this. If I do that, then I have to do this. And I suppose that requires me to connect things like that. I think I have to weave around the 3 this way. And I think this is the side that should be cut off from the 3, maybe. Then I run into a problem, which is that this would like to go south, or it would like to go east, but it can't really do both. So something is wrong with this. Let's see, blue on blue doesn't read very well. Try, like, orange. Orange should be readable. Alright, what am I confident that I have to do? I know that this is necessary. And I know that this is necessary. And if I have to do that, then I have to do this. There are 3 tiles attached to the entrance. But if I go this way, then I would use up that tile anyway. So I think I have to start like this if I go left or north. West and north are this. Okay, trying to go directly north would mean I couldn't get that, so I have to go left or east. I have to go west or east to start with, and I have to come back from the one I don't start from. So this is how this has to start. I have no option but to be at least to this point. And then at this point, I think I have to go like this to cut off that. And then I shouldn't cut anything attached to the 3 unless absolutely necessary. So I should go this way. Alright, I'll refer to this set of constraints and start from going west then. Get things reshuffled. There we go. Alright, so I think I have to do this move. This part is basically an absolute requirement. And then since every tile has to be by itself, I also have to do this. So this much is mandatory. I don't have a choice but to do exactly that. Now if I try to go south from here, then I would be forced to take moves like this, which basically kind of solves the west side. So if I could find a way to execute what I need to on the east side and wind up at this tile without ruining any of that, then I would be fine. So let's see. It's this. It's go south from that, weave around, south past the 1, back to the entrance. So I would have to come from the east to do that. I don't want to ruin any of those tiles on my way to doing that. If I start trying to fold things into the known constraints, then I would wind up doing this. I have to hit that, but I can wait. Wait a minute, that... I need to make an adjustment to what I drew, actually. That's not going to work. I think what I did and what I wrote down are different. That's all. Be like this, probably. And hopefully that's still good. Yeah, I'm running into the same problem as always here. Which is means that I have to hit that corner. Let me look at the constraints again. Forget that part. That part. Okay. If I go here, I have to go all the way around. If I go here, it has to be by going this way. At the end, I have to do this, which is going to have to go around like that, which means this becomes the tile around the one that I don't touch. And that means that I have to hit this tile at some point, and this tile. Well, I might have multiple opportunities to do each of those. In theory, I could do that, but then there's nothing to connect to this corner. If instead I expect to do this, then there's nothing to connect to this spot. This looks impossible in the bottom right. It just looks impossible. The constraints don't seem to match with each other in any way that would make it possible to do. I mean, if I'm here and I have to go there, my choices are to go right, which wouldn't do anything useful, or to go down, so this part is completely required. Then, how am I supposed to get this? Because if I'm here, then I have to go here at some point, and I have to go over there, and I have to go there. I guess it should be like this, and this has to connect that way. So that could be an island left alone right there. This would have to go like this because it has to get that other one that's not attached to the one, or that's supposed to not be there next to the one. This could attach to that, maybe? Alright, let me think. Let me try to follow this guide. This looks slightly more promising than what I was doing. If I can make it work. So start west, do the compelled moves up to this point. My eventual goal is to wind up in that southeast part with everything not ruined, and then to wind up in the far south part without everything ruined. So if I try going east, then I'll wind up sucked into this part. And then I would like to go clean up the north side, so here I run into this problem. So I shouldn't go all the way to the east then, right? Suppose instead I try to do this now. This won't work. I don't know how far back that doesn't work, but it doesn't work. I just don't know what the right way to deal with this pair of nearly adjacent zeros is. In light of all of the other constraints involved. It's not that. Should I try to leave the east side of the 3 alone and hit the 3 from south instead? Probably this won't work, but... yeah. My diagram has a problem. Maybe. Well, at least I can't go north here like this. Because I have to cross these. I have to cross north-south 3 times across here. But I would have to wind up on the south side. Okay, maybe this is running into what the real problem is. There's effectively 4 places where I can cross here. But I have to avoid using one of them. Because I need to wind up on the other side, which suggests that I shouldn't cross on the west one, but rather expect to cut the 3 from the south side. Now, in theory, I have 2... no, okay. This is also a problem because I need these 2 to be untouched. So the way that I cross matters. Maybe if I do this... follow the required script here. Is that it? This feels like it could be it. That's it. Okay. That one was very tough. I had to do a lot of kind of constraint fixing to figure out what would even possibly work. Alright, loops of ice. And proceeding clockwise, we have eyeballs, mirrors, kegs, bombs. Eye views. Disarmed for this room again. Place mirrors and kegs on some of the brass squares. Each row and column should contain exactly 1 mirror. Each eye tells you how many kegs it wants to see in its row or column. Mirrors block line of sight. So this is like modified Picross, kind of. Alright, press special command until the desired object appears under you. Okay. Known empty tiles. So... if this wants to see 2, and that wants to see nothing. Then this is a configuration that theoretically would work. And if this wants to see 2 and that wants to see nothing, that would work for those 2. As things are right now, this sees 1, that sees 1, this should see 0, this should see 0. Alright, so I'll just try waiting. So known empty equals 4 mosaic on it. Alright. Alright, I think then this should be empty, this should be empty. These should be empty. That one wants to see one. Yeah? What's still wrong with this? You see one, you see two, you see one, you see one, you see two, 0, 0. 0. I missed a constraint. Each row and each column should contain exactly one mirror. Alright. I guess I might as well start completely over then, because I didn't know that. Suppose that were a keg. I'm not sure, but suppose it was. But I need a mirror somewhere else in this area. Mirror there, maybe? I can't have a mirror here, because that wants to see something. Could have a mirror here or here. Let's suppose it's here. Then the other two mirrors can be on these bits of square. That wants to see 2. So if this was partially correct, then it'd have to be like that. This would have to be a mirror. But that can't be a mirror because that wants to see 2. So that mirror should move up. I don't know quite what the right way to start this is. Shall I just guess mirror configurations and then try and see if they will work? I don't think so. There must be something more clever than that I can do. Well, this eye wants to see 2 kegs. Since that eye wants to see 0 kegs, there has to be a mirror either here or here. So a mirror is either here or here, and the kegs are either in both of these, or possibly one of them is over to the west. The kegs are somewhere between these 3. Suppose it's like this, and there would have to be a keg here for that one. There would have to be a mirror here. And then there can't be mirrors at either of these, but that's fine. That wants to see 2, so I have to place keg, then mirror, and that forces a mirror to be here. Does this break anything yet? 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 0. 0. This doesn't break anything yet. That sees 1. These both want to see 1. Okay. I think I might have found a method for solving, but it's probably not going to work super great. Now we have no constraint lanes. And it's a 5x5, of course. It has to ramp up the difficulty that way. I feel like this 3 and 0 here should be what I start thinking about it, the big numbers. At minimum, there could be 3 kegs here, and then there could be a keg here instead. But the mirror has to be in one of these 2 spots. So, mirror is in one of these 2 spots, and the other one, if it's the west spot, might be a keg. This eye wants to see 2, or this wants to see 1, and that wants to see 2. So there should be a mirror between the 1 and the 2. It could be that it's like this. And if that's the case, well, I'd be forced to put a mirror here if there's a keg there. And then the only way for that one to see 2 would be for it to be here. If I assume the mirror should be like this, which is a big assumption, then that wants to see 2, so the mirror for this column can't be here. That wants to see 0, so it could be here. But it actually can't because that needs to see 2. Alright, I think, since there can't be a mirror here or here, it can't be here because that wants to see 2. It can't be here or there because that wants to see 2. I think that means that my initial assumption is wrong. There must be a mirror there. So get rid of everything except for the initial assumption that I know is right. So I know that a mirror has to be here because trying to put one there doesn't work. These 3 must be kegs in some configuration. Since that requires 1, it will go there. Since that requires 2, and this is the first row, they have to be like that, and that means this should be blank. Then, let's see. Easy thing to do would be to put a mirror in this column, a keg there, a mirror in this row, I mean, and a keg there. That would satisfy things. That would allow me to do this row. That one wants to see 0. Maybe right, I want to do this to satisfy that one. But this wants 2. So if I did that, there's a bunch of other things that would be necessary. And that can't work because that only wants to see 2. I'm confident about the rightmost column because I arrived at that by trying the other alternative and it doesn't work. Maybe I should focus on this row then. There should be a second one in this row. It can't be here. Well, I don't know that that's blank, but it can't be a keg. It could be that this is a mirror, in which case there couldn't be... The second keg would be here or there. this wants 2 and that wants 0, so we could have kegs across this area. We could have a mirror here, or here, or here. If I suppose that this is a mirror, if I suppose the most restricted case that this is a mirror, that would force both of these to be kegs, which is fine. And then nothing could be here. Since that wants to see 2, I could put more kegs in this room. I don't know. Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know how to go about this. I feel like if I had this puzzle on a piece of paper, I could do what I usually do with Sudoku and Kakuro, where I can write down the possibilities that make sense. Like, I know that these 3 or these 4 have to include 3 kegs in some condition. So I know that these 4 have to be, only one of these can be blank, and the other 3 will be kegs. I know that, but I don't have a good way to notate that. This column feels suspicious, like I should be able to do something useful with it. I'm not sure how. There has to be a mirror at least north of this part of this column. I guess I should try to figure out where does the mirror go on this row. So it can't go here, it can't go there, because both of those expect to see something, and it can't go here because that expects to see 2. So actually the mirror must go there, and that has to be a keg. Okay, that's something. I don't know what happens with either of these, but that tells me where the mirrors are in these 2 rows and those 2 columns. In this row, that wants to see 2, so the mirror can't be here. So the mirror has to be either here or here. Which one makes sense? Both of those want to see 2. So if there was a mirror here, then all 4 of those spaces would be filled with kegs. Here, that's 0 and that's 2. So if there's a mirror here, then those 2 are filled with kegs. There's not really any constraints to tell me which of those makes more sense. What about this row? In this row, I have a 0 there, so the mirror could go here or here. There's no restrictions given by this row's constraints, basically. In this row, the mirror definitely can't be here, because that wants to see 2, and it can't be here because that wants to see 1. That means it has to be here. Alright, I think this is the right way to think about it, then. I need to eliminate possibilities and try to logically figure out where the mirror can go in each row or column based on existing constraints. Like, since that wants to see 2, there can't be a mirror here, so this row's mirror has to be there. That means that both of these, that all 4 of these around it have to be kegs. But more importantly, that tells me the last mirror should go here. And then I filled this row. What else do I know? That wants to see 1, so this should be a keg. That already sees 2, so this should be blank. And those 2 are kegs. This sees 2 now, so those can be blank. This one wants to see 2. So that has to be these 2. There we go. Alright, so try to think about where the mirror can go. And hopefully find a place where it's easy to see that. Look for large numbers to start with. So here's a 6. This is 8 by 8. I have a 6 and a 0. So like before, these are the only 2 places where the mirror can be. Let's assume it's on the west. If the mirror is there, it can't be because there's a 4 there. Okay, perfect. Then I know there's a mirror here. Great. Then those other 6 have to be somewhere in this. Great. What else can I do? These 2 have to be between those 3 in some way. Doesn't really tell me very much. The only thing I know right now is that the mirror is there in this row in that column. I would like to see if there's another column where it's difficult to place a mirror, where it needs to be placed in a specific way. I think this is the right column to investigate because these account for 5 plus the mirror would be 6 of the 8 tiles need to be dealt with by that. The mirror can't be here, so it could be up here, it could be down here. In fact, I think it has to be one of those 2, because if I try to push it farther south or farther north, then there won't be space for the necessary kegs. If the mirror were here in the north side, that would require all 3 of these kegs to be here. But there's no obvious reason why that wouldn't work. There is a 0 to the south, so that would require a mirror to be somewhere else to block it. Somewhere south of there. Now, that doesn't really help me eliminate options, though. Again, this is something I feel I would find easier to work this out if I had better notation tools to say, those are the only 2 places in this column that could have mirrors. Is there another column where I can do something similar, or another row? That eye requires 4, so its mirror has to be south of there. If it were here, then I would have to put 1 there. That doesn't really get me very far. Maybe I should focus on these 5s. Both of these columns have a 5 in them, going northward. So So their mirrors are restricted to being to the north of the 5 kegs. So they have to be one of these 3. Can I eliminate any of these 6 spaces from having a mirror on? I can eliminate this space from having a mirror, and both of these. So the options are like this, but that means that this one has to be here, because it has to be somewhere in this column, and it can't be any of those 5, nor this one, nor this one. But then it has to be somewhere in this column, and it can't be any of these 5, nor this one. And now it can't be that one. So these 2 are definitely where these mirrors are. That forces a keg to go there. And then, knowing that, I'm not sure that helps me anywhere else necessarily. Let's see. I guess I should focus on rows again, if I can. Here's a 4 in this row. That leaves these 2 as possible places for the mirror to go. This would be the 3rd of 3, so it can't go there. So the mirror has to go here, in this row. And then this column, we have 3 this way, 2 that way. These are the 2 options. I haven't eliminated either of those yet. In this column, I have 4 that are blocked, and then the mirror could be here, or here, or here. Alright, that doesn't help much. The rows. This row has to have a mirror here. I've got 4 of the 8 mirrors accounted for, so it has to be in these 4 columns. Let's go row by row and see if I can eliminate anything. I think I'm going to use the notation tool I have in a non-standard, in a non-recommended way. So, of these 4 columns, the mirror in this row can't be in either of these places. So it has to be in one of those 2. But then it also can't be here because of that 3. That means this has to be the mirror in this row. Alright, next row up, I can get basically no information. This row, it can't be here, it can't be there. Oh wait, I already did this row. This row's done. Never mind. This row, I have no information that's useful. Next up, I already covered. This row, 3, 1, no new information. This row, I'm already done. Yeah, I can't get new information in any row. In the columns, this column, it can't go there because of that 4. And then in this column, that's a 4, so it can't go there. Well, I already covered that one, never mind. This is the blank column. I have no useful information, really. And I guess I can't put it there. Because of that 3. Here's the next unaccounted for column. I have a 2 on the top and a 3 on the bottom, which gives me just this. So the remaining candidate positions for a mirror, I'm going to put kegs in them just so that I can notate things better. I can figure that one out later. So places where a mirror could be: here, 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 right? Those are the 6. It's these 9 places that the remaining 3 mirrors could go in, because I've accounted for 5 of them. Now that I have this view, this row has to have a mirror somewhere, so I guess that means it has to go there. That eliminates these from consideration. Now I have no idea how to distinguish between these 2 options. Between the mirrors going along this diagonal or going along this diagonal. There's no information I can use to determine that as far as I can tell. So I'm going to mark these 4 as maybe mirrors and try to fill in the kegs. See if that gets me there. So there has to be a keg there. There can be no kegs in the rest of this row. Great. Because of this 3, there have to be kegs in all 3 of those spaces. Okay, this might be useful. If I tried to put a mirror here, then this too requires kegs in both of these 2 places, which conflicts with that 0 over there. That means there can't be a mirror here, so it has to go here. And that should complete the mirrors. Okay. So that being the case, can I fill in the rest? Oops. 3 kegs that way. Of these, but actually I know that all of these should be blank. So I'll use the blanking in an intended way. That tells me it has to be those 2. And then this one has to be blank. These, but that doesn't really give me any useful information. Blanked all of the zeros that I get. All of the zeros, I've accounted for their information now. I've used up a mirror or a blanking to show where all of the zeros tell me anything useful. There are 5 spaces for these 4 to fit in. Oh, actually, since I've used one there, I can't use another. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Used that one. We're back to mostly regular Picross kind of thinking at this point. Having satisfied those 2, nothing else in this row will do. That leaves 3 for this 3. That leaves 2 for this 2. And that leaves 4 for this 4. I don't think any of these make a picture, by the way. So not really classic Picross in that sense. Not a complaint, it's just something I notice. Because of the way things are blocked by mirrors, I don't see how this 4 is constrained at all, or this 3. let's look over this way. That's got 3 taken care of. This has got 4 out of 6, and there are still 3 places for the remaining 2 to go in. Ah, these 5s need to be satisfied, and there are only 5 in each. Okay. Wait, but then this 2 has 3. Can't be right. This is about the point where I flip over the puzzle board. I am pretty confident that I made only logical deductions about where every mirror should go. And I've marked only places where I've concluded that nothing can go. Let me walk back through it again. I'm going to take a screenshot of this non-solution and try to figure out what I did wrong, I guess. Okay. So first, I do first. I concluded that this mirror has to be where the mirror is. Because if I try to put it there, there's a... that can't work. And then... let me mark every place where there definitely can't be a mirror. Okay, there is absolutely no way that a mirror can be on any of those tiles because of the minimum requirement for each of the eyes looking towards those tiles. That being the case, this is the only place a mirror can go in this column. That means there can't be any more mirrors in this column. And then there's another column where there's only one place to put a mirror, right here. That blanks out all of these. Now this column can only have a mirror here. That blanks this out. Then what else? I remember these 4 being the last ones that I figured out. What did I work out about these? If I try to put a mirror here, let's use keg for a hypothetical mirror. Right, because there's a mirror here, there can't be kegs in this column. which means that this 3 acts like a 4 now. But that doesn't really tell me anything new. This, if the mirror isn't here, then this 3 would act like a 4. Doesn't help. How do I figure this L shape out? I know I did something. Start trying to fill in kegs in here where they definitely must go. There has to be one here. Since a mirror can't be in this column, there have to be kegs here and here. Since I've already used up that column's mirror, the kegs have to be like that. And then mirror being here or there doesn't matter still at all. Somewhere I saw last time. sure I noticed something before that I didn't this time. Let's see. If there is a mirror here that forces these three to be kegs, there's a mirror here that forces these two to be kegs, which can't happen. This can't be a keg. This 2 is going to behave like a 3 now. So there has to be a mirror here. That eliminates this. That leaves only this as an option in this column, which removes this row from consideration. And now in this column we have only this one. Column has only this option. So yes, my conclusion about where the mirrors go is definitely correct. If I simply follow the absolutely required constraints, the mirrors have to go in this configuration. So I know for a fact that I have the mirrors right. So what went wrong while I was filling the kegs? Maybe just something really simple and stupid? I don't know. Alright, starting over. This should all be blank because of that 0. This should be blank, and these should be blank because of zeros. That's not really very helpful information, but it is true. These three have to have kegs. That fills one of this 3, but that doesn't tell me anything else useful. I have 5 places to put 4 in here. I have 6 places to put 5 in here, or 6 places to put 4 in over here. 7 places for this 6. That's it. That can't be anything because of that one being filled. This fills that one. That's not supposed to be there. I probably meant to put a keg there. That's what I wanted. That fills this too. Places. Kegs in this column. 3 places for kegs. This column. did I do? Oh yeah, that's 3 out of 2 that I need, so that's no good. See anywhere else that I can get any useful information from. No way at all to tell. Oh, hang on, there's 2 here. So those 2 have to be like that. That didn't give me anything new. So I have 3 places to put 1 keg in this row, 4 places to put 3 in this one, 3 places to put 2 in this row, 3 places to put 2 here, 3 to put 2 in this column. Oh, hang on, this should be 3. Progress, but it doesn't give me any new information. Oh wait, there's only 3 places to put 3 in this column. That fills both of these. Alright, I think the mistake I made was that I miscounted in the leftmost column and thought that I needed to fill all 5, and really I only needed to fill 4 out of the 5 spaces. So okay. I made one mistake near the end last time, and I basically almost had it then. Let's see, that fills all 6. So fill these 2. Oh, that's done. Alright, that was Super Ultra Mega Picross. None of which really looked like pictures. Cool. That's the hardest one, so I'm going to save that for last. Let's go see what brain checkerboard trapdoor means. Once east. Okay, we have a bunch of mimics over there. That's the exit room. What do we have to say here? Kill all the brains using the robot mimic. The middle switch makes the mimic go in the direction it's facing until it stabs a brain. The side switches cause the mimic to turn before doing the same thing. So does it turn orthogonally? Yes, it does. So I am forced to go north in this case. If I go east, then there's nothing I can do, right? So I have to go west. How could I get that one in the corner, though? I guess I have to get it last. I should turn this way, turn that way. Yeah, this will go straight, and then turn. Alright, that's Brain Drain 1. Here's Brain Drain 2. Now it's harder to see things because the checkerboard was removed. Why, I don't know, but it was. think I should go get these now. Oh, this is like, I want to say it's called Orbox. Another class of Flash games. Yeah, Flash games that I've played before, where you can move in one of 4 directions. And when you move, you keep going until you hit a wall. But if there's no wall, then you just die. And you have to try again. Not sure if Orbox is the name of the one I'm thinking of. The difference here is that you can't just go in a cardinal direction, you have to turn, which is a problem. Yeah, these first 2 moves are compelled. This looks like a dead end that I have to end with. So I should try to do that one last. And try not to create any other dead ends along the way. I should try to go this way first. Yeah, if I collect this little rectangle first, then it will be very straightforward, actually. I wanted to turn that way. Alright, lots of little red herrings here. There we go. Why does he start? Why does he start with his sword on a brain? I don't know. I have to go straight first. Then I have way too many options. So I'm just going to try to simplify things and see if that breaks anything. Alright. Looks to me like this one is a dead end. So I want to try to do that one last. Straight to the dead end. So I can turn this way and not. Then I have a different problem. This became a dead end at some point. How's this supposed to work? I have to hit this one last. There's no other option for what goes last. The only way to reach that one is from the bottom right corner. So these three have to come last. I'll try drawing an arbitrary shape on my snipping tool. Until I get one that seems to work. Yeah, there's no other option but to go to the bottom right corner from there. I don't know. I guess I should bring up the picture I'm editing. This has to be the last one. The only way to reach it is from here. The only way to get there is from here. And if I'm there, that's coming from here or from here. But if I try to come from there, then there's no way to ever get that one, so I have to go west, or I have to come from that one eastward. So this L shape is required. There's no other option but to take that L shape as the at the end. I guess I should actually... So we're actually starting from here. So I have three options at the beginning. I'll try to do this. This gets almost all of them, but not quite. If I try this. That end. Hitting this one and hitting this one have to be adjacent to each other because there's no other way to reach them. There's also no other way to reach this one but from that one. by drawing all of the definitely required links, I guess. Let's see if that gets me. Does not appear to be possible. This has to connect to both of those, because there's no way to get either of them other than to do that. This either connects to that one, and then there's no way to get that one, or this connects to that one, and there's no way to get that one. I suppose it has to be something like this. I'm not sure this can be connected. Not while getting everything. Because of this one. No matter what, there's always one brain that is unreachable. no other reasonable way for these to connect up. The outer part has to go like that. There's no way to do that. That still can't work. Yeah, I've noticed that. The constraints I've marked are because they're the only way to reach certain things. Like to reach this corner, you have to go north, east, or west, south to go through this corner. And if you went west or east to touch this, then you have to have come from this direction. There's no other way to reach this but to go north from there, which requires you to come east from here. There's no way to be rid of this one before you're going east, because if you're at this one, then you came from this direction and have to go either west or east, or you came from this direction and you used up that one. So that means if you're here, you have to go east. There's no other choice. This has to be the one that starts the end path. And likewise, there's no way to reach this one except to go from these two. And there's no way to reach this one except to come from these directions, to go through like this. I mean, if you came from the east, there's no other way to get this one but to go through it to get that one. And the same with this one. Sure hope so. Yeah, it should be. Oh, there it is. We have to overlap things that way. Assuming I haven't drawn something incorrect, that should work. Okay. try to make that work. So turn right, straight, straight. Oh wait, yeah, turn right, turn right. It's hard to go straight through there. Then turn right. It's a little hard to read my picture as the brains start dying, because then the picture looks less like then the game looks less like my guide. But other than that, it should work. Okay. The rest of this should be very straightforward. Can you tell I've played a lot of puzzle flash games? And how I talk about things that I've seen in this level looking familiar to me? Look, that's brain drain. So I think we get a bonus kind of puzzle in this direction. The map wasn't saying that this puzzle was brains and trapdoors. It was saying that we have the brain puzzle and we'll have a trapdoor-based puzzle this way, I guess. Cloning blues. Okay. Guide each clone to a different trapdoor numbered 1. Follow this by guiding each clone to a trapdoor numbered 2, and so on. Drop all the trapdoors and remove all the numbers. So if I were to do this... Oh, okay. The numbers are walls until you get to them. So this is super ultra mega trapdoor puzzle, I guess. And I can see that I've already failed because there's no way to do that. Okay. This, maybe? And it's effectively on ortho squares, which does simplify things a little bit. It's possible at this point. Oh, never mind. I think we're good. We're good. Okay. That wasn't too bad, but that was the first one out of probably 3, right? Oh no. Oh no. We're increasing the complexity by giving dozens more clones to deal with. Oh boy. I think that's the right way to start those. Like this. Well, I must have messed up because there's no way to reach that 2 without cutting completely off. So that must not be right. There's no way, though. This has to go to that 1. And someone has to go to this one. I guess that way? I'm not sure which way is better for this one, so I'm taking a guess. This one, this one. That one can go to that. That 2 is orphaned, so that won't work. So this one should go this way. Then do this. This goes to that 2. Everybody else goes to that neighboring 2. The only sensible 3s to go to. That one, that one, that one. Oh boy, the floors look like a nightmare. I must have messed up somewhere. When did I mess up? I don't know. There's no way. This must go to this one. That has to be right. that, so it has to be this. This. One nice thing about this compartmentalized puzzle, I guess, is that it's not too hard to finish, maybe? Once you've cut a lot of things, what's left is relatively nice. Okay. And the third one. Oh boy. Well, at least this is easy. You go there, you go there, you go there. Then the hard ones are the rest. I'm guessing this is the right way to do it. Then everybody go to the two that they're adjacent to. Alright. No, not that. This. Like that. Something has to be wrong because they're... No, wait, the 5s are the end, so that's actually good. You want that. I'm a lot less sure about this part. Yeah, so I messed something up in the south side. I don't know what or how. Maybe the problem is I sent these to the wrong 4s. Like this one should go to that 4. That does seem to work out a lot better. But I still can't get this one. So I need to do something that lets me get that one. Maybe if I have this arc around like that, this go to that 4, this to that one. Wait, no, now this is cut off. Here, there, and there. I don't know. I feel like if the light bulb puzzle is the easiest, this must be the second easiest. But honestly, this might be the easiest set. The light bulb puzzles required me to think pretty carefully. I'd say maybe this is a tie with the light bulb ones. Okay, well, what remains is the hardest set of puzzles, which may or may not be based on snakes. So I guess I'll go look at them. If I get stuck on the apparently really hard last one, then I might call it a day there. Let's see. Oh boy, what is this? It involves an actual rattlesnake. Your goal is to release the snake so that its head moves onto the fire trap. Numbered rows or columns indicate how many snake tiles must lie in that row or column. What? 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 Okay. Nope, I don't get it. Well... I have no idea how to arrange for that. I guess that means this column should have 2 tiles of snake in it. And then that should have 1. I guess I'll just take a guess. So I guess this is Rattlesnake Picross, huh? I can't say I've played a Flash game like this before. I have no idea how to deal with it. Should go down here. Has to. Well, no. Okay, wait. Alright. Let me try to think about this. The row with the 1. The snake can only cross rows with a 1 and then once. So to get all 5 of these, all 4 of those, well, the only way that can happen is if the snake arcs around like this, then it'll go through like that, get those 3. I think this should work. Yes? Hello? What's wrong with this? What was wrong with this? Wait. It's got 3, 1, 3. It's got 3 here, 3 there, 1 there, 5 there, 4 there. It has 2, it has 1. No, it doesn't have 2 this way. Up to 2 that way. I guess I should do this. Is that it? Yes. Okay, and this one will be harder than that, in that we're not given nearly as much information to work with. Oh boy. Let's see, this has 8 tiles to fill. Those 6 of them should be filled. I'm gonna guess that I should immediately go east. I don't have any idea how to be sure. Then go back down. Maybe I should just try to go like this. And I will have to come back down, so I need 1 tile free to do that with. How to think about this. I try to go south as fast as possible. then try to go back up and down again. Well, okay. That 3 means that I can only go down and up and down again. And that 1 means that whatever happens here, it has to be this tile. It has to approach from this side. No matter what else happens, it has to come from here. And nothing else in this column can be touched. Suppose I try filling all 4 of these and going up. That is way more than 3 in that column. That's not fulfilling this 5, but that's 5 here, 2 there, here, 1 there. That's too big. That's too long. That's going to be like that. How am I ever supposed to fulfill this 6 without ruining that 3 or 4. Like, it can't be in the far right column. So it's either these, or it goes around from here somewhere and comes back. But if it's these, then there's no way that can't possibly work. I can't get south far quickly enough to be able to turn back around from this 3. So it can't be that. It cannot be. It has to be that it turns around somewhere before it turns back around when it comes back. Way too much in that column. If I do that, then there's no way to come back to the east. It has to be something like that, but it can't be. Nothing seems to possibly even ever work. It has to end like this, and I'm pretty confident it should start something like this, because it has to get 6 in that. Should it go down and then go back up? Since I have no restrictions on this column. Have it go down and then go back up. That fulfills all of these 5 and that one, and uses 2 of each of those, which is all fine technically. Then I can get 4 here, and I don't know what else to do. So we'll do this. It's only 3 out of 5. It does something there useful. That makes 4 there. That turns around. I've already used all 3 there, so that can't be it. It has to go straight down. There's no other option. But it can't because I need to use that other way. I have to get all 6 of these somehow. This 3 can't be spent this way. It has to be back and forth twice. But trying to do that doesn't work either because of this 4. How? Was I counting 6 when there were 5 here before? No, I didn't see it before you said so, but... Yes, this is better, maybe? That gets 5 there. That's all 3 of these. And all 4 of those. I have 1 left to go in each of those. So is that it? That's it then. Alright. Oh. Unlike all of the other ones, except for the lights one, I guess, this one has 4 like the lights one does. We had lots of ideas for this kind of puzzle, I suppose. Okay. Trying to get a feel for how this works. I know that these ones will be the major choke points. Actually, if there is a 1 in the column right before this, then it has to be the way you get here, I think. Not necessarily. It could approach from north here. Why was it that it couldn't approach from north there? Because the 1 was in the column. Okay, that was a different situation. So in theory, it could approach from north like that. Or it could be that it cuts through like this. It does something else in there. That makes sense. So I don't have any idea how to start this. I guess since it has to start here, that's going to be one of the 2 already spent up for this row. And each of these columns can only cut through once. And you have to cut through once on the way to the east, if that's the case. This even number means that you have to have a pair like this where it's turning going through this column. I guess I will start by assuming that I should do this. I mean, this assumption is probably wrong, but I have to start with something. And after that, it would have to go straight to the east. Okay, that would use up all 3 of this row, so that can't be right. How else can I use up these 5 before touching those 2? Well, I could go south, and back north again by the 5. Because of the way I expected 2 to look, I would want because of the 2 in the northwest row, which I've already... Wait, have I? That's... Yeah, okay. That's a thing. So normally, if a row has 2, if a column has 2 left in it, my options are to put them adjacent to each other or to have it pass through and back again. But since it's the top row, I can't pass through and back again, which means the only option is that I start by going east. So it has to start this way, and it has to have this one. These three are absolutely required. Like, it has to start out that way because of the two in the northmost column, the northmost row. That's the only way it can start out. And that means that to satisfy that 5, I should probably expect to do things this way. Maybe? And immediately go east. Problem is that uses up 2 of the 3, and the third one has to be used to go back up. So I guess I have to hope that the snake decides to turn around here. Oh wait, no, this column is a 1, so I can't do that. Given that I have to do this, and I can't come back after going through the 2 and the 1 column, what other choice do I have? The 5 has to go down like this. I guess I could turn around and use this column to try to do something. There's still no way to avoid using up all 3 of these, though. Wait, maybe I should go farther south with this column, so that I'm not using the 3 up when I try to do this, but instead using part of this 5. And then I can go up, and at the 3 I've only used 2 of the 3. That takes care, this triangle takes care of the 2 and the 1. But I have to fix this now, because that's 6, not 5. So, make the same triangle, but turn here faster. Okay. So I think the constraints force it to look like this up to this point. My thoughts could be wrong, but that's my understanding of things. After that, I should expect to go north, because I still need to fulfill the rest of the 4s somehow. So here I've used up 3 of this 4, so I should do this. And then this can't work because I have a 1 in that column. Since snaking through here in the 4 column, the 4 row seems to be a problem. If I did it here, could I still fulfill the 5? If I did this here, to avoid using up the 4 too much. Then I could do that to use the rest of the 5. Then I have to hope the snake is okay with turning around there, which I don't know how to guarantee. But that would use up all of these 5, so I can't do it that way here. That's too much. That uses all 3, so that's okay. sure feels like what I did before is what's required to be able to do things. This much is definitely required. Then just do something with all 5 of the 5. Suppose I force all the way down. I have to use up the 5 somehow. The 5 have to be on the way down. If I turn toward the 5 here, then I wind up in a bad situation. If I turn toward the 5 here, since this is the other right row, then I don't have 5 to use up. And the reason I thought this worked is because it satisfies the 5, the 2, and the 1, seemingly without using too much of anything else. Seemingly. But it uses up too much of this 4, because then when I start trying to do everything else up here and go back down, it doesn't work. That's 4 here, that's 4 here, and it's going south, and it's used 3, so that's a 4th there. Then, is this it? Like, I'm freaking out over nothing. Here, I mean, you know, granted that it actually turns around there. No, this isn't it, apparently, although I can't really see what the problem is. What's the problem with this? It's got this 5, it's got this 5, 3 here, 4 there, 4 there, 4 there, 2 there. It's got 5 in this direction, 2 here, 1 there. Oh, I filled the entire 1 column up. That's not going to be right. Is there any way to fix that? This is going to be wrong, but what's wrong with this? This has 5 in this 4 column, this 4 row 1. I try to somehow make the snake do this, like go back on itself here, I don't think it's possible to actually make the snake do that. That would successfully use up the correct numbers slightly better. I don't know, if hypothetically I could force the snake to go right, left here, then that would give me 2 tiles of use for each of these 4s. And this would be 1 more. No, this wouldn't help. There's no way that can help. Should I try to make it go all the way up and then back down again? Could that even work? That would give you all 4 of these, but only 3 of these. That's 5. And that's 5. I have absolutely no idea how to fix this. Up to this point feels absolutely required, but nothing from here works. This isn't even the last one that people have warned me about. Well, people being Chaco, but that's already enough. Alright. Well... Oh. Okay. So this is purely optional. This is not a secret room. This is do this puzzle if you want to. This is purely optional. There might be a challenge associated to this one, maybe, but I don't have to do it to master the hold, is what I'm seeing here. I think I find these puzzles sufficiently difficult that I probably don't want to even try that one. That does make me optimistic that maybe if I can figure this one out, I can just finish the level today. Let me try to restore something. This shape is the only thing that will satisfy the 2 and 1 columns. This shape has to go somewhere after there are 5 in this column, after there are 2 in this row. 2 in this row forces me to go here. 5 in this column means that I can't just go straight south, which would be nice, because then I wouldn't have to worry about using up things from the rows for the future. It feels like the biggest problem with this, maybe one of the problems at least, is means that I'm using up 2 of this 4. I don't want to do that. So trying to not do that leads to... I guess I could turn back around here. And that would be... Then I'm using up this 3 when I don't want to. So I could otherwise turn around at this 5. Then I'm expecting it to be that, which is not necessarily likely. And I only have 1 tile left to use in that 5. If this was going to work, then I would have to have 3 here, and it would have to go up through there. And since that's a 3, it would have to be like this. I'm feeling very much doubt that this could work. But let's keep going. If I assume that this somehow worked... oh, never mind. This has to go that way. So there's no way for this to work. That's what I thought. So a curl around like that can't possibly work. I swear this is required. This is the only way this works. Nothing else even remotely comes close. So this exact shape has to be how it starts. What do I do after that? I have to go north because I've used up all 4 of these, so the rest of it has to be spent going back to the south, but the other end... it has to look like this, because I only have 1 left here, 1 left there, 2 left there, so it has to go like this on the other end, leaving just this top right corner. And how do I fill that? In fact, since there's a 4 there, this can be extended 1 more tile northward. If the rest of that nonsense wasn't here, no, actually this can't work, because this is all in the 1 column. That's what I ran into before. There's no other way to use up this 5. I have 3 out of this 5, and I can't have more because of what else is in the... So that shape, which is absolutely required, which is the only thing that works on this side, this shape uses up 3 of this 5. Exactly. I have to do this. This is the only option. But it leaves 3 of this 5, and the only way to use 2 more is to put 1 of them in the 1 column, which I can't do. Like, it can't, that doesn't work. Like, I have to do this because of the 2 in this row. The only way to fulfill that 5 is to do what I've been doing. And somehow I have to use up all 5 of them on going south before doing the required triangle with the 2 and 1. Which has to be in the far south because of how restrictive all the other numbers are in the rows. If that 5 wasn't there, then I could, in theory, do this. That 5 is there. There's nothing I can do to fix that. I guess I can... That would be... I guess I can hope the snake does that, but I think I already covered that problem. It doesn't work. Whatever reasons. At this point, I would have to go north. That's in the 1 column, which I can't do. I don't know. This is the closest I can see how to get to anything resembling a solution. Never mind the fact that this requires impossible snake manipulation to make it go back and forth here. What if I arbitrarily have it go all the way over? I don't think that matters, but I could. Let's see. The effect of this would be to use up way too much in the 3, so that won't work. This doesn't use up enough of the 5, so this can't work. I don't think it's possible to solve this with going west from here. Everything I try with that fails, which is no guarantee, but I can at least say that much. I don't know when this should turn. If I'm going to go north. Based on my findings on the west side, it probably shouldn't turn where I have a number. So somewhere like this. And I don't know how it can connect up to the rest without messing something up. Direction, which is not enough. It has 5 here, 3 here, 4 there, 3 there, 4 there. So it doesn't have enough in this row, and it doesn't have enough in this row. And I can't see any way to give it more in either of those rows. Still, this has 4 here, 4 here, 4 here. That's 5, assuming that the snake can magically be made to do this. It has 5 there. But it still doesn't satisfy the southmost 5, which is just impossible to make happen. Because the requirement to have this triangle guarantees that this row will always have more than this row does. No matter what. There's nothing I can do to fix it. And of course, it's actually impossible to just make the snake go where it's supposed to go, because this is a regular drawed snake that is impossible to accurately manipulate. So this probably isn't even remotely close to the intended solution. Finish this puzzle at this point so that I never have to look at it again. This looks like it has to be close, right? The snake is at least almost all the way in. But that... Yeah, that's the problem. This 5 is just impossible to satisfy. Because either you use 3 of them here because you have to go all the way through and then you use too much, or you go north here and you have too little. It's impossible to make this 5 happy. It should be a 4. It's impossible to make this work when this is a 5. Yes, that... No, that's all of this 5, so that doesn't work. Otherwise, that would allow room for 3 to go over there, but no, this can't work. What if I try to align the triangle this way? Now I've got 2 of this 5 and 3 of this one. Is that the trick? No, because I need to not have 3 of this one. That's the entire problem. The parity of this row is wrong. There's just no configuration that satisfies the west ones and makes it right. I don't know. This is simply too hard. This is too hard. Expecting me to know probably some trick that is extremely opaque and not really possible to guess. But you have no choice but to start this way, to have that triangular shape in the middle, toward the bottom here, to cover this 2 and 1. By the time that you've done both of those things, it's not possible to satisfy this 5, because there's always only 3. And if I try to make there be more than 3, then that makes this 5 have too much. magically make the snake go west here, then that... Still, this has an even number, and this has an odd number, and it doesn't work, and it's impossible. This would use up all 5. There's almost undoubtedly something wrong with this, but let's see. That uses all 3 of these. Does absolutely everything else right, but it's missing 2 here. There's no way to fill them in. this 4 was a 2, then I would be done by now. But no, it has to be a 4. Does that do it? No, now this only gets 3. There's no space to make it go back around through there. This used up all of that 4. Is this it? No, that uses 5. Yes, I'd like it then. I'm very irritated. Or at least fairly irritated anyway. So this not solution does everything right except for this 4 up here. Is it really actually close to the right solution, or is it just completely wrong? I got the right idea with how to deal with this conflict between 5s in the bottom? I don't know. What, the snake has to go through everywhere? I knew that. What you mean. The rules are that the snake goes down the path and dies at the fire trap if every tile is indicated by the snake. That the numbers say should have a snake on it. I don't know of any other constraints besides a snake needs to exist here and the numbers. I mean, it said something about... Since when? It doesn't say that. It just says that the snake doesn't... It does not say that. That was never something that entered my mind at all. It didn't say the snake doesn't touch itself. It just said that it doesn't matter what the cracked walls are doing as long as the snake is in the right places. Only which tiles the snake occupies at the end. It does say the snake shouldn't touch itself. You know, I probably skimmed right over that because I was too busy being confused by what the rest of it was saying at the time. Besides which, that's kind of a nonsensical statement since, you know, the snake is always in contact with all of its segments. That's not really something that I could have interpreted correctly first reading it anyway. There's no way to make that 3 on the left side. Not the way this is now. Like, that screws up the entire rest of it if I try to make it take up any more on this. There's no way to make this 1 tile longer. If I try to do that, well, the snake has to go here, so it has to be here. It can't go west because it has to go over here. It can't go farther east because then it goes into the 2. There's no way that that could be 3 on the left and 1 on the right. That's not possible. I misread. I misread. Then the parity is still wrong then. Like if I try to achieve that, that breaks the entire rest of the solution that I was trying to make work. Like the only reason everything else almost worked is because I was able to make things work out correctly with the 5 and the 5s in the south side. Is this it? I guess that gets that 4. Now it doesn't get this 4. That's what I was saying, this breaks everything else. Trying to force this to happen breaks the rest of it. Breaks something else at least. That's 5, that's 5, that's 3, that's 3. That's 4, that's 4. And trying to add another one to this, I don't know, I guess doesn't really work. Not sure what should we go do. This one? I guess so. I don't know, I guess I'm inside of realizing that it is a rule, the snake shouldn't touch itself rule, which, while a little confusingly phrased, is nice because it means that you don't have to rely on actually manipulating a snake to achieve anything. I feel like there might have been a better way to phrase it. Something like, the snake will always follow just for one path or something. Snake manipulation not allowed. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not touching the challenge super hyper level room because I don't have to. It's not even a secret room. I don't know, but it might achieve. It might award a challenge if you do it. I feel like there's another way you could phrase it because it's a little confusing to say the snake. I don't know, I guess it's true. Like, unconnected parts of the snake shouldn't touch each other? That might be the best way to say it. Unconnected parts of the snake shouldn't touch each other. That sounds like it would better tell me what's going on, although maybe it's more convoluted language. Alright. Greetings, sir. Congratulations on completing all the puzzles. Never mind that. What I really want to know is, what happened to this place? What do you mean, sir? There's no one here. Where are all the other guests? Ah, that is a sad story, sir. I want to know. What happened? A long time ago, sir, the people of the Veiled Fortress were attacked by an unknown enemy. Lady Sadako set up this sanctuary to care for the wounded, friend and enemy alike. But after the conflict was over, some of the guests were healed and departed. Those who stayed were those who had more permanent injuries. Lady Sadako cared for them all she could, but in the end, one by one they all ceased to function, and now there are none left. Only myself and my mimic brethren. We still guard this place in honor of Lady Sadako. Is that all? What do you mean, sir? Sadako sounded like she was ashamed of something, but according to what you said, she did nothing but help. You are a friend of Lady Sadako. We've met. She said I could come here if I wanted to know the truth. I see. Then I shall tell you everything. Some of those she cared for were wounded in mind as well as body. One day we found a body on the lower levels. He had jumped from the ridge above. Would that be Lester? His name was Lester Frimble, sir, once a corporal under Captain Hergenberger. So he took his own life. Did you ever find out why? We never did, sir, but Sadako could not help feeling guilty. She always wondered whether, if she had taken better care of him, if she had noticed how he was suffering, maybe his life would not have ended that way. I see. That's a sad story, but at least I know the truth now. Yes, sir. Please, if you will, let this be your abiding memory of the sanctuary. We all did our best to care for those in need. Yeah, I'll remember that. Thank you, sir. Farewell. Yeah. It's not always possible to do something in that situation. Alright. I bet these are just exit. Let's see. Oh, okay. This leads to this place, so marks this room as done. I guess I don't know if this is required at all to fully beat the game, because there technically weren't any secrets or key items behind beating Sadako's puzzles, but I'm glad I did anyway. Nice bit of plot and such. Okay. I'm just gonna go take the hub zone over to... Yeah, I'm gonna go make the trek to where the main plot continues. And actually, really, for real next time, continue the main plot. Okay. Yeah, all of those puzzles were good. The third snake puzzle was just a little too hard for me, I think. And I didn't realize that I was supposed to not have the snake ever try to pull back on itself. I guess more to the point, even if I had realized that, I didn't put it together into exactly the right meaning for that constraint. I guess it helps that I played, puzzle flash games quite a lot, enough to recognize some of these puzzles as being at least very similar to ones I'm familiar with. But that one, it had some vague similarity to Picross, but it was different enough to where I couldn't put it together I couldn't put together like a good way to understand how the puzzle's constraints inform how I should place things. If that makes any sense. Like, as opposed to the one with the eyes and the mirrors and the kegs, where I was eventually able to work out a way to understand how, what is the constraint on where a mirror can go. And I was able to use that to establish the locations of the mirrors in each row and column in turn, and from there placing the kegs was doable afterward. If I didn't make that one blunder in the last room, I would have been a little better off there. Anyway. Searing Depths. We talked to Sadako. We established that Half might reopen the doors, but I need to leave.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to take a step into the first real room and hit the first checkpoint that I can. We're going to be introduced to squad horns, I guess. There's not a checkpoint in this room. That might spoil my intentions. Although although this button opens these doors anyway. I just want to hit a checkpoint. Let's hit this checkpoint. I mean, I'm just going to hit continue playing anyway, but I wanted to have a concrete, definite restore point in case I mess up. Alright, so squad horns are next. Ooh. Well, I was 10 minutes late to start, but I was like maybe an hour later than I usually am to finish, so I'd say that's fair, right? I don't know if I've fully cleaned up, but I've done all the secret rooms that I know exist, so next time it'll just be going back and folding in on anything that I've missed reaching, that I've missed knowing exists, I guess. Alright. Yeah, it does. Alright. We'll come back to this next Saturday, as far as I know. Thank you. Yep. It's a fun kind of diversion. A lot of not really drawed inside drawed here. Anyway. But farewell for now.